Hello there, dreamers. I'm Matilda, and welcome to Romantasy Bedtime Stories. I'm so glad you've joined me this evening. Tonight, I've prepared something special to help you drift into peaceful dreams, a romantasy sleep story about an unexpected connection in a snow-covered mountain estate. It's one of my personal favorites, and I hope it brings you the same comfort it brings me. If you're having trouble sleeping tonight, or if your mind just won't quiet down, you're in exactly the right place. This story isn't meant to keep you awake with excitement or drama. It's designed to gently guide you into dreamland with soft imagery and soothing scenes. So here's what I invite you to do. Make yourself as comfortable as possible. Adjust your pillows just how you like them. Pull your blankets up to create that perfect cocoon of warmth. If you're listening in bed, that's wonderful. But even if you're not quite ready for sleep yet, allow your body to fully relax. And please, don't worry about staying awake for the entire story. If my voice lulls you to sleep halfway through, that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Tonight's tale is about shelter from storms, both literal and emotional. About finding unexpected connection in the most unlikely of places. I'll be with you the whole time, guiding you into a world where time stands still, where connection transcends centuries, and where you are always safe, always warm. So settle in, take a deep breath with me, and let go of any tension you're holding. Let the day fade away as we journey together into our story. It begins on a snowy night deep in an ancient forest. The snow falls in heavy, silent sheets. Each step sinks deeply into the pristine white blanket. The crunch beneath your boots is the only sound for miles. The weight of your research journal shifts against your hip with each labored step, its familiar presence a small comfort in the growing storm. You've been traveling for hours. Your scholar's satchel grows heavier by the minute. The worn strap digs into your shoulder through your woolen cloak. The blizzard came without warning, transforming your simple research expedition into a fight against nature itself. The wind howls between the towering pines. Ice crystals sting against your cheeks. Your fingers, despite the thick wool-lined gloves, have long since lost their feeling. Your breath materializes before you in thick white clouds that dissipate into the darkening sky. Night approaches. With it, the temperature continues to fall. The cold works its way beneath your layers, settling into your bones with a deep, persistent ache. Just as desperation begins to claim you, you notice something impossible through the curtain of white lights. Golden, warm lights glowing steadily in the distance. You blink, certain it must be a hallucination born of cold and exhaustion, but the lights remain, beckoning you forward. They shimmer slightly through the snow, like stars fallen to earth. You trudge toward the promise of warmth, each step more difficult than the last. The snow has risen past your ankles now, soaking through your boots. Your toes have gone numb. Each footfall sends pins and needles shooting up your calves. Still, you push on, drawn by those steady golden lights. The scent of wood smoke reaches you, faint but unmistakable, and with it, renewed determination. As you draw closer, the silhouette of a building emerges from the white void. Not a simple cabin or hunting lodge as you'd expected, but a grand estate. Stone walls rise 3 stories high with tall, arched windows and elegant turrets crowned with fresh snow. It's a manor that belongs in a painting, not hidden deep within this remote mountain forest. Gargoyles peer down from the corners of the roof, their fierce expressions softened by caps of snow. Ivy, dormant for winter, clings to the lower walls like a sleeping memory of warmer days. You approach the massive wooden doors, each one twice your height and carved with intricate patterns that spiral and flow across the ancient oak. Your scholar's eye recognizes symbols of protection and prosperity, intertwined with decorative elements that speak of craftsmanship long forgotten in the modern world. A brass knocker in the shape of a snarling wolf's head gleams in the lantern light. With trembling fingers, you grasp the cold metal and bring it down against the wood. The sound echoes, impossibly loud in the silent, snow-muffled world. For a long moment, nothing happens. You stand shivering, snow collecting on your shoulders. Your knuckles have gone white where they grip your satchel strap, a nervous habit from childhood that emerges whenever you're anxious. Then, without a sound, the door swings open. The door swings open, and you find yourself frozen, not from the cold, but from the sight of the man before you. He stands impossibly tall and elegant in the doorway, his figure silhouetted against the golden light behind him. As your eyes adjust, his features come into focus. High cheekbones sweep beneath skin so pale it seems translucent, almost luminous in the lamplight. His lips, perfectly sculpted and the color of dark wine against his alabaster complexion, part slightly in surprise at finding you on his doorstep. But it's his eyes that truly capture you. Depthless obsidian pools that seem to hold centuries within them, framed by thick lashes. His raven black hair falls in loose waves to his shoulders, one strand rebelliously crossing his forehead. Despite the ornate burgundy waistcoat and crisp white shirt he wears, there's something timeless about him, as though he exists outside the constraints of any single era. A primal instinct whispers warnings in the back of your mind. Something about him is not quite human. The unnatural stillness of his posture, the way he doesn't seem to breathe, the otherworldly perfection of his features, all signal danger. Your heart beats faster, a trapped bird in your chest. Your fingers instinctively reach for the small silver pendant hidden beneath your collar, another scholar's habit, touching your talisman when confronted with the unknown. For a brief moment, his eyes widen. His gaze fixes on your pendant, then your face, with an intensity that steals your breath. There's a flash of recognition in those ancient eyes, though you've never met before. His hand grips the doorframe tightly, as if steadying himself against some unseen force. At last, he whispers, so softly you nearly miss it, then louder, "My goodness. Come in at once." His voice flows like dark honey poured over velvet, rich with an accent you cannot place, simultaneously ancient and refined. You hesitate, torn between the deadly cold at your back and the strange, beautiful creature before you. Your scholarly mind races through possibilities, each more fantastical than the last. The rational part of you argues that any shelter is better than freezing to death, while the intuitive part recognizes something not of this world standing before you. He seems to sense your fear, taking a small step back to give you space. The storm grows worse, he says, softer now. I promise you shelter, nothing more. He makes no move to reach for you, keeping his elegant hands clasped before him in a gesture that somehow conveys both formal hospitality and careful restraint. You step across the threshold. The warmth of the foyer envelops you immediately. The temperature change is so sudden and dramatic that your chilled skin prickles painfully as sensation begins to return. As you move past him, you catch his scent. Old parchment, cloves, cedar, and something else indefinable yet intoxicating. Your arm accidentally brushes against his as you pass, and despite the layers of your wet cloak, you feel the strange coolness of his body. In that brief contact, a curious warmth spreads from the point where you touched, defying the coolness of his skin. A tingling sensation races up your arm, settling somewhere near your heart. You glance at him, startled, and find him looking equally surprised. His eyes follow the invisible path of warmth along your arm, as if he can see something you cannot. He closes the heavy door against the howling wind. the sound of the storm now muted to a distant whisper. The thick walls must be at least 3 feet of solid stone to dampen the noise so effectively. When he turns back to you, you notice how the chandelier light catches in his eyes, creating tiny galaxies in their darkness. You stand dripping on his immaculate floor, suddenly aware of how bedraggled you must appear. The marble beneath your feet is inlaid with intricate patterns of black and white, forming geometric designs that draw the eye ever inward. Above, the crystal chandelier casts rainbows across the foyer, its hundreds of facets breaking the light into prismatic splendor. A grandfather clock stands against one wall, its steady tick-tock measuring time with stately precision. The sound anchors you somehow, a reminder of the orderly world within these walls, despite the chaos of the storm outside. "I apologize for the intrusion," you begin, your voice hoarse from cold. You brush a strand of damp hair from your face. "I was caught in the blizzard and saw your lights. I am a traveling scholar researching the folklore of this region, and You stop yourself from rambling, a habit that emerges when you're nervous. "No apologies necessary," he interrupts gently. "Nobody should be out in such weather." He steps closer. His footsteps make no sound on the marble. "You're safe here. I mean you no harm." His eyes never leave your face, studying you with an intensity that might feel intrusive if not for the genuine wonder in his gaze. He looks at you as if you re a long-lost painting he'd given up hope of ever finding. There's reverence in his attention, and something deeper, more personal. "It's curious," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "I dreamed of your arrival, a scholar in the snow, seeking shelter from the storm. I've had the same dream for centuries, though I never believed." He stops himself, perhaps realizing how strange his words must sound. You begin, but cannot quite form the word. Your academic boldness fails you at the crucial moment. "A vampire, yes? Does that frighten you?" His question hangs in the space between you, honest and direct. There's no menace in his posture, no threatening advance, only a watchful stillness as he awaits your reaction. Your heart skips. Fear mingles with scholarly fascination and, surprisingly, a pull of attraction you cannot quite rationalize. You should be terrified. Yet the genuine concern in his expression belies the monster of legend. Your years of studying folklore have taught you that the truth behind myths is rarely as simple as the stories suggest. "Yes," you answer truthfully, then add, "but not as much as it probably should." Your voice steadies as you continue, finding refuge in academic discourse. "I'm a scholar of folklore and myth. I've read many accounts that suggest vampires are far more complex than popular tales would have us believe." Your fingers fidget with the edge of your satchel strap again. His mouth curves into a genuine smile. His lips remain carefully closed. The restraint in this gesture, his obvious effort not to frighten you further, touches something within you. How refreshing. His gaze never leaves yours, as if he's afraid you might disappear should he look away. Most visitors would be fleeing back into the blizzard by now. "The blizzard is far more dangerous than you appear to be," you say. A small shiver runs through you as your wet clothes cling uncomfortably to your skin. You reach up to adjust your spectacles, only to realize they fog slightly from the sudden warmth. You remove them, wiping the lenses on a dry patch of your shirt, squinting slightly without their aid. He notices immediately. Concern replaces the cautious amusement in his expression. "You're soaked through. Please, allow me to take your cloak." His gaze lingers briefly on your spectacles as you replace them. You unfasten the sodden wool. He steps forward to help, his movements careful and precise. As he lifts the heavy fabric from your shoulders, his fingers come near the nape of your neck, but never quite touch your skin. You feel his presence like a physical force, cool air radiating from his body in contrast to the warmth of the foyer. He hangs the dripping garment on an ornate brass stand near a heating vent, positioning it carefully to dry. Before you can thank him, he's returned to your side with the soft woolen blanket that wasn't there a moment ago. With courtly grace, he offers it to you, holding it open like a shield. The blanket itself emanates warmth, as if it's been near a fire. "May I?" he asks, his hands holding the blanket at a respectful distance. At your nod, he steps forward, draping the warm wool around your shoulders with careful movements that avoid touching you directly. Yet, even without contact, you feel a curious energy passing between you. The blanket settles around you like an embrace, instantly soothing your chilled body. The warmth feels deeper than physical comfort, as if the very fabric has been infused with peaceful intention. "My name is Valerian," he says, bowing slightly. The gesture is old-fashioned, courtly. "Valerian Noctis. This has been my home for quite some time." You introduce yourself in return, adding your academic titles almost without thinking, an ingrained habit from scholarly conferences. As soon as the words leave your mouth, you feel self-conscious about the formality, but Valerian simply inclines his head respectfully. "I know," he says softly, then catches himself. "I mean your name. It suits you." He repeats your name thoughtfully, as though testing how it feels on his tongue. The way he pronounces it, with that subtle, unplaceable accent, transforms the familiar syllables into something almost musical. "Come," he says, gesturing toward a hallway lined with paintings. "The library has the best fireplace in the house. We should get you warm before anything else." His elegant hand motions toward the corridor, and you notice a signet ring on his finger, bearing a crest you don't recognize, perhaps from a noble house that history has forgotten. You follow him through corridors of polished wood and gleaming stone. From behind, you study the elegant line of his shoulders beneath his burgundy waistcoat, the way his hair moves slightly with each step despite his soundless gait. There's a fluid grace to his movements that no human could achieve, as though he exists slightly out of sync with the physical world around him. The floorboards beneath the intricate runner carpets occasionally creak under your weight, though they remain silent beneath his. The manor speaks around you, settling timbers, distant rattling of windows against the storm, the soft whisper of air moving through ancient heating vents. These subtle sounds make the silence between you comfortable rather than oppressive. The paintings that line the walls span centuries, landscapes, portraits, still lifes, each executed with remarkable skill. Some appear ancient, their oils darkened with age. Others seem more recent. You wonder if Valerian knew the artist personally, if he watched artistic movements rise and fall throughout his long existence. He notices your attention to the artwork and slows his pace slightly. "This one," he says, indicating a small landscape of mountains at twilight, "was painted in 1742 by a woman who disguised herself as a man to study art. Her work now hangs in museums, but she gave this to me as payment for safe passage through these very mountains." "You knew her personally?" you ask, unable to contain your academic curiosity. You lean closer to examine the brushwork, your glasses slipping slightly down your nose as you peer at the details. "Yes," he says simply, watching you with that same intense focus. "Elisabetta Serrani, brilliant woman, fearless." He reaches out as if to adjust your slipping spectacles, then seems to think better of it, his hand returning to his side. The gesture, though aborted, feels curiously intimate, more so because he stopped himself, respecting the invisible boundary between you. You find yourself wondering what his touch would feel like against your face, and the thought brings unexpected warmth to your cheeks. Finally, he opens a set of double doors to reveal the library. A vast two-story room lined with thousands of books. The ceiling arches high overhead, with elaborate plasterwork depicting scenes from classical mythology. The library feels vast and welcoming, the massive stone fireplace already ablaze with dancing flames. The hearth itself is bordered by hand-painted tiles, showing woodland scenes, their glazed surfaces catching the firelight. As you approach the fire, extending your hands toward the blessed heat, you're acutely aware of Valerian watching you. His gaze carries a weight, a gentle pressure on your skin. The air here feels different. Warmer, certainly, but also rich with the unmistakable scent of books, leather bindings, paper both ancient and newer, the faint chemical sweetness of aging ink, and beneath it all, a hint of wood polish and beeswax. It's the perfume of knowledge, of preserved thoughts, and you inhale deeply, some tension leaving your shoulders. This room speaks to you, to your scholar's soul. Please, Valerian says, make yourself comfortable. I'll bring something warm to drink. His voice takes on a softer quality, almost caressing the words. He gestures toward a pair of armchairs positioned before the fire, each one upholstered in deep burgundy leather worn to butter softness at the arms and edges. A thick Persian carpet in shades of ruby, sapphire, and gold creates a warm island in the center of the polished wood floor. As he leaves, you approach the fire, extending your hands toward the blessed heat. The flames crackle and pop, sending occasional sparks dancing up the chimney. Each small explosion of sound followed by a faint hiss as the ember dies against the stone. Slowly, the numbness in your fingers gives way to painful tingling as sensation returns. You wiggle them experimentally, wincing at the pins and needles sensation of returning circulation. You take in the library, marveling at the collection. Some of the books appear ancient, their leather bindings cracked with age. Others look newer, their spines still bright with gilt lettering. The shelves reach all the way to the ceiling, with a rolling ladder providing access to the highest reaches. A large globe stands near the window, its surface marked with countries both familiar and obsolete. Various artifacts occupy small tables throughout the room. A magnifying glass with an ivory handle, a collection of polished stones, an astrolabe of tarnished brass. A chessboard with pieces carved from jade and rose quartz sits ready for play near a window seat piled with embroidered cushions. On one wall hangs a tapestry depicting a forest scene, its colors still vibrant despite its obvious age. Valerian returns carrying a silver tray with a steaming mug and a small plate of bread and cheese. As he approaches, you notice how the firelight seems drawn to him, creating a subtle aureole around his form. His movements flow with liquid grace, each gesture precise yet effortless. Herbal tea, he explains, his voice soft in the quiet room. I'm afraid I don't keep many foods that would appeal to living guests, but I do have some provisions for emergencies. You thank him and settle into the chair, which envelops you in soft leather. The cushion yields perfectly beneath you, shaped by years of use. The tea is fragrant with herbs you can't identify, sweetened with honey. The heat of the mug against your palms is almost as comforting as the liquid itself. You take a sip and nearly sigh with pleasure as warmth spreads through your chest. Valerian takes the chair opposite yours, sitting with perfect stillness. The firelight plays across his features, turning his pale skin to gold and deepening the shadows beneath his cheekbones. The only movement is the occasional blink of his dark eyes, watching you with undisguised interest as you warm yourself. The storm will last through the night, he says, glancing toward the window where snow continues to fall in thick curtains. A tapestry hangs beside the window, its heavy fabric adding another layer of insulation against the cold. You're welcome to stay until it passes. I have guest rooms that remain maintained. Thank you, you say, truly grateful. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't found your home. You take another sip of tea, allowing its warmth to chase away the last of the chill. Fate has curious ways, he replies, his dark eyes reflecting the dancing flames. It's been quite some time since I've had a visitor. He pauses, considering his next words carefully. And never one whose arrival I've foreseen. Your cup halts halfway to your lips. Foreseen? A shadow of uncertainty crosses his face, as if he's revealed more than intended. Forgive me. I don't wish to alarm you with talk of visions and prophecies, but for centuries, I've dreamed of a scholar coming through the snow. Someone who would see me clearly, without fear clouding their perception. His voice drops lower, a confession meant for you alone. I had given up hope that the dream was anything more than my mind's attempt to ease my solitude. Until tonight, the intensity of his gaze makes your heart beat faster. There's no threat in his words, only wonder and a vulnerability that seems at odds with his immortal nature. You're not sure how to respond to such an admission, so you focus on your tea, giving yourself time to process his words. I hope I don't disappoint, you finally say, attempting to lighten the moment with gentle humor. His response is immediate and earnest. You couldn't possibly. The simple certainty in his voice warms you more effectively than the fire or tea ever could. The fire crackles in comfortable silence as you sip your tea. Each swallow sends warmth spreading through your chest, gradually chasing away the deep chill that had settled in your bones. The soft leather chair cradles you perfectly. The tension begins to melt from your shoulders. Your travel-worn body relaxes into the comfort, each muscle unclenching one by one. The library seems to embrace you both. Its high ceiling disappears into shadow above the warm pool of light cast by the fire. Rich mahogany bookshelves line the walls, their wood polished to a deep luster that absorbs and reflects the firelight in equal measure. Brass fittings on the shelves catch occasional glints of light, winking like distant stars in the cozy dimness. The scent of old books mingles with the aroma of burning applewood and your herbal tea. Occasionally, a log shifts in the grate, sending a cascade of sparks upward with a soft hiss. You become aware of another scent, subtle but distinct, something like aged parchment, a hint of clove. And beneath it all, something earthy and indefinable that must be Valerian himself. Not unpleasant at all, but ancient and otherworldly. Each time you breathe it in, something flutters in your chest, a peculiar awareness that makes your pulse quicken slightly. Outside, the wind occasionally gusts against the windows, rattling the glass and its leaded frames. The contrast between the howling storm and the warm sanctuary of the library only enhances your sense of security. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimes the hour, its resonant tones penetrating even the heavy library door. When did you last have a guest? You ask, breaking the comfortable silence. You've always been curious to a fault. Your mentors called it your greatest strength and weakness as a scholar. Questions tumble from you before you can consider their propriety. Valerian's perfect stillness breaks as he tilts his head slightly, considering. A strand of dark hair falls across his forehead with the movement. The firelight catches in the strands, revealing subtle variations of color. Not pure black as you'd first thought, but shades of midnight blue and deep chestnut woven together. I don't remember, he says finally, and there's a note of surprise in his voice, as though this realization troubles him. His long fingers tap once, twice against the arm of his chair, the first genuinely human gesture you've seen from him. Decades, perhaps. The years blur together after a while. You study him over the rim of your mug. Despite his supernatural nature, there's something deeply human in the slight furrow of his brow, the way his long fingers rest lightly on the arms of his chair. His isolation suddenly seems unbearably poignant. Centuries of solitude in this beautiful prison of his own making. It must be lonely, you say softly, the words escaping before you can consider them. You immediately wish you could recall them. Too personal, too direct. Too soon, his dark eyes meet yours, widening slightly at your directness. Something vulnerable flashes in their depths before he can mask it, a glimpse of the man beneath the immortal. Yes, he answers simply. It is. The admission hangs between you, raw and honest, unexpected from a creature who has had centuries to perfect his facades. The admission hangs in the air between you, fragile and honest. Then Valerian straightens slightly in his chair, changing the subject with gentle determination. The leather of his chair creaks softly with the movement. You mention you're a scholar. What brings you to these mountains? He asks. The way he focuses on you when you speak is unlike anything you've experienced. Complete attention, as though your words are the most important sounds in the universe. His eyes never waver, never glance away with a distraction so common in modern conversation. You explain your research, how you've been traveling from village to village, collecting local folklore and comparing regional variations of ancient myths. Your work focuses particularly on stories about the supernatural, how humans have interpreted encounters with the unknown across different cultures and times. As you speak, your hands move in your characteristic way, fingers tracing shapes in the air, illustrating concepts that words alone cannot convey. I'm particularly interested in how stories change when they cross cultural boundaries. You continue, enthusiasm warming your voice. The vampire myths of Eastern lands transform when they travel to Western countries, gaining sophistication but losing some of their earthy power. You stop abruptly, realizing you've been lecturing a vampire about vampire mythology. I'm sorry, that must sound terribly presumptuous. As you speak, Valerian leans forward almost imperceptibly, his interest evident in the intensity of his gaze. The animation that overtakes his features is captivating, as though your words have breathed life into marble. What surprises you most is that he doesn't seem offended by your academic dissection of vampire lore. If anything, he appears entertained. Not at all, he says, a genuine smile briefly transforming his face. It's fascinating to hear how humans have theorized about beings like me. There's truth in what you say about the aristocratic vampire being a Western invention, though we're not all nobility. Many of the oldest among us come from privileged backgrounds. Education and resources made it easier to adapt to our condition. I have several volumes that might interest you, he says, gesturing to the vast collection surrounding you. Some quite rare, first editions, original manuscripts. I've had time to collect. I would love to see them, you say, your academic excitement momentarily overriding your awareness of the strange situation. You set your empty mug aside, adjusting your glasses with that habitual push at the bridge of your nose. Valerian rises and moves to a glass-fronted cabinet near the far wall. The silk of his waistcoat catches the light as he moves, the deep burgundy appearing almost black except where the firelight strikes it directly. He selects a key from his waistcoat pocket, the metal gleaming briefly in the firelight before he inserts it into the cabinet's lock. The small click of the mechanism sounds unnaturally loud in the quiet room. He returns with a leather-bound volume so old the binding has cracked along the spine. With careful hands, he places it on the small table between your chairs. His movements are reverential, a tenderness that speaks to centuries of caring for these fragile repositories of knowledge. The book rests on a small velvet cushion he's brought with it, a protective measure that speaks volumes about his respect for the written word. This was written in 1623 by a monk who claimed to have encountered a creature of the night in the monastery gardens, he explains. His descriptions are creative, but not entirely inaccurate. The leather of the binding has darkened with age to a rich umber. The gilt lettering on the spine has faded to a ghost of its former brilliance. The paper edges are uneven, hand-cut in an era before standardized printing. You lean forward to examine the book, and your fingers brush against his as you both reach to turn a delicate page. His skin is cool, not cold as you might have expected, but like marble that has been kept in shadow. Unlike marble, however, his skin yields slightly to your touch, surprisingly soft. At the moment of contact, that same curious warmth from before spreads from your fingertips up your arm. It's not just warmth, but a tingling sensation, almost like a mild current passing between you. Your eyes meet his, and you see that he feels it too. His pupils dilate slightly, and for a moment, his composed mask slips. He looks alive, awakened, as if your touch has stirred something dormant within him. The page between your fingers is thick, handmade paper with a texture no modern book possesses. Slightly rough, substantial, with the occasional fiber visible on its surface. He doesn't withdraw his hand immediately this time. Instead, he allows the contact to linger for a heartbeat longer than necessary. When he finally does pull away, it's with visible reluctance. "I'm sorry," he says softly, his gaze dropping momentarily to your hand, still poised over the ancient text. "It's been so long since I've touched another being. I forget the temperature difference can be startling." "It's all right," you assure him. "It was just surprising." It's actually pleasant. The admission escapes before you can reconsider it, and you feel heat rising to your cheeks. You habitually tuck a strand of hair behind your ear, a gesture you resort to when flustered. His eyes meet yours. Something flickers in their depths that makes your breath catch. Is it hunger? Longing? For a suspended moment, neither of you speaks. The crackling fire is the only sound in the vast library. The page between you remains half-turned, forgotten in the sudden tension that bridges the space between your bodies. The moment passes as he gently completes the motion, turning the delicate page to reveal elaborate calligraphy and hand-drawn illustrations. The monk's account is written in Latin, which you can read passably well thanks to your academic training. The illustrations depict a pale figure among garden paths, rendered in faded ink that once must have been vibrant. Gold leaf highlights certain details, a halo around the moon. The glint in the creature's eyes, they catch the firelight as you tilt the page slightly. The hours slip by as you discuss the book, then others he brings from his collection. Each volume is a treasure that would have your university colleagues clamoring for access. Manuscripts thought lost to history. First editions of works now considered foundational to modern thought. Journals kept by figures whose names echo through time. Valerian proves to be a fascinating conversationalist, his perspective shaped by experiences spanning centuries. He speaks of historical events as if they happened yesterday, occasionally catching himself with a rueful smile when he realizes he's as referring to famous figures as if they were acquaintances. His commentary adds layers to your understanding that no modern historian could provide. The smell of London streets in 1665, the actual cadence of Mozart's speech, the tension in the air during the signing of treaties your textbooks presented as bloodless diplomacy. You speak of the French Revolution as though you were there. You observe after one such slip. Your fingers trace the embossed pattern on the leather arm of your chair, spirals within spirals. An endless pattern that keeps your tactile sense engaged while your mind works. A shadow crosses his perfect features. He admits quietly, not my favorite period. Humanity can be brutal when seized by collective madness. His eyes grow distant, seeing things you cannot imagine. The firelight catches in them, reflecting tiny flames that dance in the darkness of his irises. Then he blinks, focusing on you once more. But you don't want to hear about that. I want to hear anything you're willing to share, you say, surprising yourself with your sincerity. Your perspective on history is unique, to say the least. Something in your words seems to touch him. His expression softens, the careful composure slipping just slightly to reveal genuine emotion beneath. "You are unlike any scholar I've encountered," he says, his voice lower, more intimate. "Most would be frantically taking notes or backing away in fear. You simply listen." He gestures to your hands. which have fallen still in your lap rather than making your usual animated movements. Though I've noticed you speak with your hands when excited. It is, well, charming. His observation of this personal quirk catches you off guard. How long has it been since someone noticed such a detail about you? Your colleagues see it as simply part of your identity, no longer worthy of comment. But to him, it's a novel human characteristic, worthy of attention. Perhaps I'm not a very good scholar, you reply with a small smile, your hands resuming their movement as if summoned by his comment. Too easily distracted by the storyteller to remember my academic duty. His answering smile transforms his face, lending it a youthful charm at odds with the ancient wisdom in his eyes. A flattering distraction, to be sure. The words carry a weight that makes your heart beat a little faster, though his tone remains gentle. At some point, he rises to add more logs to the fire. The flames leap higher, casting golden light across the room and deepening the shadows in the corners. His white shirt sleeves are rolled up to the elbow, revealing forearms corded with subtle strength. When he notices you watching him, he doesn't pretend not to notice. Instead, he holds your gaze across the room, a silent acknowledgement of the mutual observation. Something shifts in the air between you, a honesty that feels refreshing after the careful dance of your initial interaction. Would you like more tea? Valerian asks, noticing your empty mug. His voice has taken on a deeper timbre, barely above a whisper, yet perfectly audible in the quiet room. You nod gratefully, and he takes the cup. His movements precise and deliberate as he crosses to a small side table where he has left a teapot warming. The porcelain teapot rests on a trivet above a small flame, keeping its contents at the perfect temperature. When he returns, you find yourself asking the question that's been lingering in your mind. How long have you been as you are now? You gesture vaguely, uncertain of the polite terminology. Valerian hands you the refreshed cup, ensuring his fingers don't brush yours this time, though you find yourself strangely disappointed by this caution. The porcelain is thin enough that the heat penetrates immediately, warming your fingers. He returns to his seat before answering, his expression thoughtful. The leather of his chair sighs softly as he settles. I was born in 1547, he says quietly, studying the firelight through the crystal tumbler of dark red liquid he's poured for himself. The crystal catches the light, sending tiny rainbows dancing across his pale hand. I was transformed in 1578 when I was 31 years old. It was not by choice. The simple mathematics of it staggers you. You struggle to comprehend the weight of all those years, the countless nights, the slow parade of decades and centuries witnessed by those dark eyes now watching you. Your fingers tighten slightly around your teacup, needing the solid reality of it to anchor you to the present moment. What was it like? You ask. The world then? A distant smile touches his lips, transforming his face yet again. When he speaks of the past, years seem to fall away from him. You can almost see the young nobleman he once was, before immortality froze him in eternal perfection. His posture shifts subtly, taking on the bearing of a different era. Even his accent changes slightly, becoming more pronounced as he slips back into the speech patterns of his youth. Smaller in some ways, larger in others. We understood less about the physical world, but were more willing to accept the existence of the supernatural. People believed in creatures like me without question. Now, even when faced with evidence most refused to see, his voice carries no bitterness, only a wistful acceptance. The colors were different. Everything dyed with plant materials, nothing synthetic. The air smelled different too, wood smoke and animal dung instead of exhaust. Herbs strewn on floors instead of chemical cleaners. His description brings the past to life in sensory details no history book could capture. You find yourself leaning forward slightly, absorbing his words with both academic and personal interest. Your tea cools forgotten in your hands. Is that why you live so remotely? You ask, setting the cup aside on the small table between you. The table itself is a work of art, inlaid with different woods to create a geometric pattern, its surface polished to a mere finish by years of care. He nods, the movement fluid yet somehow more human than his earlier stillness. Partially, also because humans have become more efficient at tracking and recording. It's difficult to remain in one place for long without questions arising about my unchanging nature. Here, I can exist peacefully. He gestures to the library around you, to the collected treasures of centuries. I bring the world to me in ways that don't require explanations. You notice how he says humans as if he no longer counts himself among them, and yet there's nothing monstrous about him. If anything, he seems more deeply thoughtful, more conscious of his actions and words than most humans you've encountered. Do you miss it, you ask? Human connection? The question is personal, perhaps too forward, but your natural curiosity overrides propriety once again. Valerian is still for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The silence stretches, but it isn't uncomfortable. You sense he's considering his answer carefully, perhaps weighing how much truth to reveal. The only sound is the crackling of the fire and the occasional tick of cooling wood in the hearth. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimes the quarter hour, its resonant notes filtering through the heavy door. Yes, he admits finally, his voice barely above a whisper. More than I can express, but it becomes complicated. Friendships when you know you will watch the other person age and die while you remain unchanged. Romantic attachments when you must eventually reveal your true nature or disappear without explanation. After enough heartbreak, isolation seems kinder. The sadness in his voice touches something deep within you. You've spent years studying the folklore of immortal beings, but never truly considered the emotional reality of such an existence. The profound loneliness it must entail. Academic detachment falls away, leaving simple human empathy in its place. I haven't touched another person in nearly 200 years, Valerian says, so softly you almost don't hear him. He looks up, meeting your eyes with an expression of vulnerability that seems at odds with his supernatural power. The cold lingers in me. Would you permit me to warm your hands? The chill still clings to you. There's something in his request that reaches beyond the simple words, an aching loneliness, a desire for connection that resonates deep within you. Despite the scholar voice in your mind reminding you of the danger, you find yourself nodding before fully considering it. You place your tea on the side table and extend your hands, palms upward, across the small space between your chairs. The velvet soft carpet beneath your feet seems to swallow sound, creating a bubble of silence around this moment. With visible care, Valerian reaches out. His cool fingers hover just above your palms for a moment, as though he's giving you a final chance to withdraw. When you don't, he gently, so gently, takes your hands in his. The contrast between his pale skin and yours is striking in the firelight, like marble against warmer clay. His touch is indeed cool, but not unpleasantly so. His skin is smoother than seems natural, almost like polished stone, but far more supple. You can feel the strength in his fingers, carefully restrained as they cradle yours. This time, the warmth that spreads from your point of contact is unmistakable. It flows between you like a gentle current, neither entirely from you nor entirely from him, but something created in the space between. More remarkable still, as it continues, you can feel his hands actually warming beneath yours, as if your human heat is awakening something long dormant within him. A faint, barely perceptible glow appears where your skin meets his, visible only from the corner of your eye, disappearing when you try to look at it directly. His eyes widen in astonishment. He clearly sees it too. Extraordinary, he whispers. In all my centuries, he doesn't finish the thought, too overcome by the phenomenon occurring between you. Your warmth, he continues after a moment, his voice filled with wonder. It's like holding sunlight, When his lashes lift again, his gaze is more intense, focused entirely on your face, as though memorizing every detail. His thumbs move in small, unconscious circles against your palms, each gentle stroke sending waves of sensation up your arms. You find yourself studying his features up close, the perfect arch of his brows, the faint blue veins visible beneath his translucent skin, the curve of his lips as they part slightly with an unneeded breath. His beauty is almost painful in its perfection, yet it's the humanity in his expression, the wonder, the longing, that truly captivates you. A tiny scar at the corner of his right eyebrow catches your attention, a reminder that he was once human, once vulnerable to injury. It humanizes him in a way his perfect features do not. You sit like that for what might be minutes or hours, the contact simple yet profound. The air between you seems to thicken, charged with unspoken possibilities. When his gaze drops briefly to your lips before returning to your eyes, something warm unfurls in your chest, spreading outward until even your fingertips tingle with it. Your breath catches, and you notice his does too, an unconscious mirroring despite his lack of physiological need. The fire pops loudly, breaking the spell. A coal has fallen onto the hearth, sparking against the stone. Neither of you jumps at the sound, but something shifts in the atmosphere. A return to awareness of your surroundings. The snow continues to fall outside, visible through a gap in the heavy velvet curtains. The world beyond this room still exists, though it has seemed suspended for a time. Eventually, Valerian gently releases your hands, a hint of reluctance in the gesture. His fingers trail across your palms as they withdraw, the feather-like contact somehow more intimate than the full grasp had been. "Thank you," he says, and the words carry the weight of decades of isolation. You notice that his hands, normally so pale, have taken on a subtle flush of color. The veins beneath his skin seem more prominent, and when he exhales, his breath is visible in the air between you, as if he's temporarily warmer, more alive. The effect begins to fade almost immediately, but you've seen it. And from the wonder in his eyes, he's felt it too. "Would you like to see something?" he asks suddenly, as if making a decision. Something few living eyes have beheld. There's an eagerness in his voice now, a desire to share rather than merely answer questions. Curiosity piqued, you nod, adjusting your glasses which have slipped down your nose again during your long conversation. Valerian rises and moves to a cabinet tucked in a shadowy corner of the library. The wood of the cabinet is darker than the surrounding shelves, perhaps walnut or ebony, its surface carved with intricate patterns that might be protective symbols. He unlocks it with a small key produced from his waistcoat pocket and carefully removes something wrapped in faded silk. Returning to his chair, he unwraps the object with reverent care, the silk whispering softly as it falls away. It's a small painting, no larger than a book, in an ornate silver frame tarnished with age. The portrait shows a young woman with auburn hair and knowing eyes, dressed in the style of the late Renaissance. The brushwork is exquisite, capturing not just her appearance, but something of her spirit, intelligence, humor, strength, all radiate from her gaze. Her clothing reveals her as a woman of status, rich fabrics and deep greens, a strand of pearls at her throat, a small book held in one hand suggesting her education. "Elisabetta," Valerian says softly, "my sister. This was painted in 1574, 4 years before my transformation. The artist was a student of Titian's. His voice carries a tenderness that makes your heart ache. The love for his sister, still vibrant after nearly 5 centuries, humanizes him more than anything else has this evening." His finger hovers over the painted surface, not quite touching it, tracing the outline of her face with an inch of air between. You accept the portrait when he offers it, acutely aware of the privilege he's extending. This isn't merely an antique. It's a personal connection to his human life, to the family he lost centuries ago. The weight of the silver frame is substantial in your hands, the metal warm where he held it. She's beautiful, you say, studying the delicate features that bear some resemblance to Valerian's own. You have the same eyes. The observation slips out naturally, but you see it land with impact, his expression softening further at the recognition of this shared trait. Yes, he says with a soft smile. Our mother's eyes. Elisabetta was the clever one. Always reading, always questioning. She would have adored your scholarly pursuits. He leans slightly closer as you hold the portrait, pointing to the book in her painted hand. That's Dante. She could recite entire cantos from memory. In Italian, of course, though she also spoke Latin, French, and a little Greek. What happened to her? You ask gently. Your voice has naturally lowered to match his, creating an intimate bubble of conversation despite the large room around you. She lived a full life, he says with a gentle smile. Married a kind man, had 4 children who gave her many grandchildren. I watched over them from a distance after my change, made sure they never wanted for anything, though they never knew I was the source of their occasional good fortune. Pride and sorrow mingle in his voice, the complex emotion of someone who has witnessed both the flourishing and the eventual extinction of his own bloodline. When the last of them died, a great-great-granddaughter who looked remarkably like Elisabetta, I thought my connection to humanity had ended forever. His voice drops even lower. Until tonight, the implication of his words hangs in the air between you. You're not certain how to respond to such a declaration, both flattering and slightly alarming in its intensity. You hand the portrait back carefully, your fingers brushing against his in the transfer. Again, that same curious warmth spreads from the point of contact, though fainter this time. Thank you for showing me, you say simply. The trust implied in the gesture moves you deeply. This isn't something he shows to just anyone, you suspect. It's strange, he says, rewrapping the painting in its silk covering, to speak of her to someone new. To say her name aloud after so long. His fingers linger on the wrapped bundle before he rises to return it to its cabinet. The care with which he handles this reminder of his humanity speaks volumes about the man beneath the immortal exterior. The lock clicks softly as he secures it once more. As he returns to his chair, you notice the storm sound has changed. The howling wind has softened to occasional gusts, though the snow still falls heavily outside the windows. The leaded glass panes no longer rattle in their frames, and the distant sound of falling snow creates a gentle white noise beneath your conversation. Valerian notices your glance. The worst has passed, but the snow will continue until morning. These mountain storms are predictable in their patterns, if not their timing. He settles back into his chair, his posture more relaxed than before. Something has shifted between you. A tentative bridge across centuries of difference. The initial wariness in his manner has faded, replaced by a careful warmth that feels earned, precious. Tell me about your travels, he requests. Where have you been? What have you seen that brought you joy? There's a hunger in his question. Not the supernatural hunger of legend, but the yearning of someone long isolated for news of the wider world. His eyes light with genuine interest, eager to experience even vicariously the places beyond his isolated domain. You share stories of your research journeys, the remote villages where ancient traditions still thrive, the libraries with their jealously guarded manuscripts, the people who have shared their family legends with you. Your hands animate your words as always, sketching shapes in the air, conducting the invisible orchestra of your narrative. You describe misty mountain mornings and bustling market squares, stone circles standing sentinel on windswept moors, hidden shrines and deep forests. The words flow easily, encouraged by his rapt attention. Valerian listens with complete focus, occasionally asking questions that reveal his own knowledge of the places you mention. Sometimes he adds historical context. how a certain town looked in the 1700s, the origin of a local custom that even the residents have forgotten. When you mention a particular cathedral famous for its stained glass, he smiles and tells you he watched the artisans installing those very windows in 1689, describing the scaffolding techniques and the master glazier's temperamental nature with vivid detail. The conversation flows effortlessly, punctuated by comfortable silences during which you both simply enjoy the warmth of the fire and the unexpected companionship. Outside, the snow continues to fall, but more gently now. Individual flakes visible as they drift past the windows, illuminated by the golden light from within. The crystalline structures catch the light momentarily before dissolving against the glass, each one unique and perfect in its brief existence. At some point, you notice Valerian gazing at you with an expression of gentle wonder, as though your animated descriptions of ordinary human experiences have revealed something precious to him. The firelight has created a soft halo around your gesturing hands, and you realize you've been speaking with particular enthusiasm about a folk ritual you witnessed in a mountain village. What is it? You ask, suddenly self-conscious. You push your glasses up with one finger, a habitual gesture that grounds you in the moment. Forgive me, he says, that small smile returning. It's just, refreshing to hear someone speak with such passion about the world. I've grown too accustomed to my solitude, I think. You remind me of what it means to truly live, to engage with all that exists beyond these walls. His eyes hold yours, and in their depths, you see an admiration that warms you from within. And I find your habit of speaking with your hands quite captivating. Each gesture adds meaning your words alone cannot convey. The compliment warms you more than the fire. There's something uniquely validating about having your enthusiasm appreciated by someone who has witnessed centuries of human experience, and who finds charm in the very mannerism others have sometimes mocked. Do you ever leave? You ask. The estate, you gesture toward the windows, toward the world beyond this snow-shrouded sanctuary. Occasionally, he admits. Less frequently as time passes. The world changes so rapidly now. The technologies, the customs, I find it increasingly difficult to blend in, to pass as, he hesitates. As normal, you consider this. How isolating it must be to watch the world evolve while remaining essentially unchanged. To see the gap between oneself and humanity widen with each passing decade. Perhaps you need a guide, you suggest. Someone to help you navigate the changes. The words emerge before you fully consider their implication. An offer of future connection, of something extending beyond the snowbound night. Something flickers in his dark eyes. Hope perhaps, or longing, before he carefully composes his features once more. Perhaps he agrees softly. His gaze holds yours for a heartbeat longer than necessary, and that curious warmth spreads through your chest again. With sudden decisiveness, he reaches across the space between you, offering his hand palm upward. May I? You place your hand in his without hesitation. This time, the warmth begins immediately, spreading outward from your joined hands. His fingers close gently around yours. There's something I need to tell you, he says, his voice low and serious. I've lived centuries in isolation, believing it was the only way to exist without endangering others. My kind, he pauses, searching for words. We hunger for more than blood. We hunger for connection, for life force itself. Most of us drain it from humans unknowingly, leaving fatigue and illness in our wake. It's why isolation became necessary. His fingers tighten slightly around yours, and the glow between your hands intensifies, visible even in direct sight now. But this, what's happening between us, I've only read about in the oldest text. A balanced exchange, not taking, not harming. Symbiosis, not parasitism. His eyes meet yours, filled with wonder and cautious hope. The ancient writings called it resonance. a rare compatibility between certain humans and vampires that creates energy rather than depleting it. You stare at your joined hands, at the soft luminescence that emanates from them. Is that why you dreamed of me? Because of this resonance? I believe so, he says softly. If the old texts are correct, those with resonance often sense each other across time and distance. A calling. He releases your hand reluctantly. I don't presume anything. I only wanted you to understand why your presence affects me so deeply. The fire has burned lower, its light softer now. The flames have settled into a steady dance rather than their earlier leaping vigor, casting a gentler glow across the room. The wood has transformed into glowing coals that radiate heat more consistently than flames, warming the library to a perfect temperature. You realize hours have passed in conversation, and a pleasant drowsiness has begun to settle over you. Valerian notices your stifled yawn. You're tired, he observes. I've forgotten how humans need regular rest. Please allow me to show you to a guest room. Part of you is reluctant to end this remarkable evening, but your heavy eyelids make a compelling argument. You nod gratefully, setting aside your empty teacup with a soft clink against its saucer. Valerian rises and takes a candelabra from a side table, lighting it from the fire. The multiple flames cast moving shadows across his face as he gestures toward the door. The candles are beeswax rather than tallow or paraffin, their scent subtle and sweet as they begin to burn. This way, he says. I keep several rooms prepared, though I rarely have the opportunity to offer them. He holds the door open for you, another courtly gesture that speaks to his ancient manners. You follow Valerian from the library, leaving behind the dying embers of the fire. The corridors of the mansion seem different now, less imposing, more welcoming. Perhaps it's the gentle light of the candelabra Valerian carries, or perhaps it's simply that you no longer feel like an intruder. The air in the hallway is cooler than in the library, but not unpleasantly so, creating a pleasant contrast against your fire-warmed skin. The silence between you is comfortable as you ascend a grand staircase, your hand trailing along the polished wooden banister. The wood is smooth beneath your fingers, worn to a satin finish by centuries of touch. Your footsteps are muffled by the thick runner carpet that lines the center of the staircase, its pattern complex and richly colored despite its obvious age. Valerian moves ahead, his shadow dancing along the wall, elongated and mysterious in the candlelight. The staircase curves as it rises, revealing glimpses of the floor below and the impressive entryway. A massive chandelier hangs in the central hall, its crystal pendants catching and refracting the scattered candlelight. Paintings line the stairwell, landscapes and portraits, arranged in chronological order so that ascending the stairs is like traveling through time. On the second floor, he leads you down a hallway lined with doors, each one crafted from dark wood with intricate carvings. The runner carpet continues here, muffling your footsteps but allowing his to remain completely silent. Small sconces hold candles that burn with steady flames, undisturbed by any draft. The wallpaper is a subtle damask pattern in deep blue and gold, its texture visible in the angled light from the candelabra. He stops before one door and opens it, stepping aside to allow you to enter first. His arm extends in a courtly gesture, and as you pass him, the space between you narrows to mere inches. You're close enough to see the subtle variations of color in his irises. Not pure black as you'd first thought, but the deepest shade of brown, with flecks of amber near the pupil. Close enough to feel the cool aura that surrounds him, raising goosebumps on your skin that have nothing to do with fear. The guest room is beautiful in its simplicity. A four-poster bed with deep blue velvet curtains stands against one wall, its linens crisp and inviting. The bed frame is carved from the same dark wood as the door, with intricate patterns of vines and flowers twining up each post. A small fireplace opposite the bed already contains a cheerful blaze, casting a warm glow throughout the space. A thick wool rug in shades of blue and silver covers most of the polished wood floor, providing warmth underfoot. A dressing table with an oval mirror, a comfortable armchair near the fire, and a bookshelf holding a modest collection of volumes complete the furnishings. Heavy velvet drapes in the same deep blue as the bed curtains frame the windows, though they remain open enough to show the continuing snowfall outside. "I hope this will be comfortable," Valerian says, placing the candelabra on a bedside table. The fire should last through the night. The dancing flames illuminate his face from below, highlighting the perfect symmetry of his features. The room is pleasantly warm despite its size, the stone walls holding heat effectively once warmed. You step further into the room, drawn by its cozy warmth. The air carries a hint of lavender and beeswax, clean and soothing. Through a doorway, you glimpse a small adjoining room with a porcelain wash basin. The porcelain gleams white in the firelight, a pitcher beside it waiting to be used. A folded linen towel rests nearby, its edges embroidered with a subtle pattern that matches the bed linens. "It's perfect," you say, genuinely touched by the care evident in every detail. Your voice sounds different in this room, slightly muffled by the textiles, creating an intimate acoustic environment suited for rest. Valerian nods, seemingly pleased by your approval. "There are nightclothes in the dresser," he says, indicating a chest of drawers you hadn't noticed. The wood matches the other furniture, its surface polished to a soft shine and handles crafted from tarnished brass. "And extra blankets in the trunk at the foot of the bed, should you need them." You turn to face him, suddenly aware that this remarkable evening is drawing to a close. In just a few hours, this creature of legend has transformed from a fearsome myth into something far more complex. Someone you find yourself inexplicably drawn to, despite every rational thought warning against such feelings. You begin, then hesitate, unsure how to phrase what you truly want to ask. Nearby, Valerian finishes for you, a gentle understanding in his eyes that suggests he might have heard your unspoken question. "Yes, just down the hall. Call if you need anything." "I'll hear you." The thought comforts you, knowing he'll be close, watching over the house while you sleep. The storm continues outside, occasional gusts of wind audible against the windows, but within these thick walls, you feel completely secure. "I rarely sleep," he adds, as if reading your thoughts. "Another aspect of my condition. I'll be in the library most likely, or perhaps the music room. Time passes differently for me during the quiet hours." You nod, trying and failing to stifle another yawn. Your hand rises automatically to cover your mouth, a gesture of politeness ingrained since childhood. "Rest now," he says softly. "You're safe here. The storm will pass by morning." His voice has taken on a slightly hypnotic quality, soothing in its gentle certainty. Before he can turn to leave, you find yourself speaking. "Valerian, thank you. Not just for the shelter, but for sharing your stories with me. Your history." You pause, gathering courage. "I'd like to know more about you. About resonance, perhaps tomorrow, before I have to leave." His expression transforms, hope illuminating his features from within. For a moment, he appears almost human in his vulnerability. "I would like that very much," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's so much more I want to share with you." He steps toward the door, his movements as fluid and graceful as ever. At the threshold, he pauses, turning back to you. In the candlelight, his features seem softer. "Thank you," he says, and the simple words carry the weight of decades of solitude. "For your company, for your acceptance." For a moment, it seems he might say more, might step back into the room rather than away. His hand tightens slightly on the doorframe, and you find yourself holding your breath. Then, with what appears to be considerable effort, he gives a slight bow and withdraws, pulling the door closed with a soft click. Alone now, you release the breath you've been holding, your heart beating in a rhythm that has nothing to do with fear. The warmth that flowed between you when you touched lingers, a phantom sensation that makes your fingertips tingle pleasantly. Your thoughts turn to what he told you about resonance, a balanced exchange, a compatibility so rare it's mentioned only in ancient texts. Your scholarly mind wants to dismiss it as superstition, yet you felt it yourself. Saw the evidence with your own eyes. In all his centuries, he's never experienced it before tonight. The implication stirs something deep within you. A possibility you hadn't considered when you set out on your research journey. The thought dissipates like mist as exhaustion reasserts itself. You approach the dresser and find, as promised, neatly folded nightclothes. A soft cotton nightshirt that looks both comfortable and warm. The fabric is of exceptional quality, finer than any modern cotton you've owned, with subtle embroidery at the collar and cuffs. You change quickly in the firelight, your travel-worn clothes draped carefully over the armchair to finish drying. The wash basin in the adjoining room holds clean, cool water that feels heavenly on your face. You cup your hands and splash the water over your skin, washing away the day's travels and tensions. A soft towel hangs nearby, scented faintly with the same lavender that perfumes the air. As you dry your face, you catch sight of yourself in the small mirror above the basin. Your cheeks flushed from the fire's warmth, your eyes bright despite your fatigue. You look different somehow, as though the evening's strange events have left their mark on you in subtle ways. When you finally sink into the bed, it's like being embraced by a cloud. The mattress yields perfectly to your tired body, neither too soft nor too firm, and the linens feel cool and crisp against your skin. You pull the thick down comforter up to your chin, luxuriating in its weight and warmth. From your pillow, you can see the fire dancing in the grate, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the ceiling. The ceiling itself is adorned with subtle plasterwork, vines and stars intertwined in a pattern that reveals new details the longer you look. Outside, the snow has slowed to a gentle descent, individual flakes drifting lazily past your window like stars falling in slow motion. The events of the day replay in your mind, the terror of being lost in the blizzard, the miracle of finding shelter, and the even greater miracle of the connection you found with Valerian, a being out of legend who shared his solitude with you, who showed you kindness and vulnerability despite centuries of isolation, who looked at you with recognition as if he'd been waiting for you all along. In the quiet of the night, you hear the faint sounds of the house settling, the occasional creak of ancient timbers, the soft pop of the fire, and distantly, the delicate notes of a piano. Valerian in his music room, filling the night with gentle melody. The sound filters through the thick walls, softened to a ghostly echo that enhances rather than disturbs the peaceful atmosphere of your room. The music is like nothing you've ever heard, haunting yet comforting, complex yet accessible. It speaks of centuries of practice, of emotions too deep for words, of loneliness, and perhaps now a glimmer of hope. You imagine his elegant fingers moving across the keys, the same hands that held yours with such care, now creating beauty to fill the silent hours. The melody has a classical structure, but incorporates elements that feel distinctly modern. Perhaps his own composition, evolved over centuries of musical study. You feel yourself drifting toward sleep, your body heavy with exhaustion, but your mind light with wonder. Before surrendering to slumber, you find yourself making a silent promise to help him rejoin the world, even in small ways, to be the bridge between his isolated existence and the vibrant, ever-changing humanity beyond these walls, to explore this mysterious connection between you, this resonance that seems to awaken something in you both. The snow will continue all night, insulating this grand estate from the outside world, creating a pocket of time that feels separate from reality. Yet tomorrow will come, and with it, conversations about what happens next. For now, though, there is only this perfect moment of safety and connection. A scholar and a vampire, brought together by fate and a winter storm, by dreams spanning centuries and an ancient magic neither fully understands. Sleep now, you're safe in the mountain estate. The snow will fall all night, and you are warm. Good night.